So welcome to Paritranaya. It's day 8, right? So already in the previous few classes, we have concluded with the discussion of ancient history, that is from 2025 to 2021. And next, we started with economics from 2025 to 21 PYQ driven discussion we had. Next, similarly, we shall begin with what geography. Okay, geography. So the material previous year driven material, some of the material for the new batch students are added at the end. 2025 driven material I have added, but there are some mistakes in that material. For the time being, you just don't refer it. So I'll be sharing one more updated content. Okay, updated content. And during the discussion, I will be assigning you some work as well. So I'll urge you to complete that work by tomorrow, and also I will be compiling simultaneously. If there are any mismatches, we shall try to rectify those mistakes. Okay, those mistakes. So again, when it comes to geography, there are multiple sources, right? Which are the sources for geography? NCERT, right? NCERT, which standard to which standard? 6th to 12th, right? 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. Apart from these NCERTs, which are the other standard books? Okay, there is a book called as GC Leong. Next, there is a book called as Majid Hussain. Okay, so Majid Hussain book, generally those who have opted for geography as an optional, so they will refer it. Okay, but when it comes to generalist, when we are supposed to prepare for all the subjects, so we need to know what is the level of content that we are supposed to memorize or retain. Okay, from prelims point of view, and also to some extent from mains point of view as well. Okay. So here. Generally, there are few aspirants who refer only 11th and 12th textbooks, okay, and there are few who refer only high school, 6th to 10th. So here, predominantly, I have taken the content from what primary and high school NCERT. There is 6th and 9th NCERT predominantly, and wherever required, extra information has been added from 11th and 12th NCERT, and wherever extra information, even if it is not available in NCERTs also, so curiosity driven content has been added. So I think whatever the content we have, or that we will be building over a period of this time, okay, so that would be sufficient from prelims exam point of view. Okay, exam point of view. So next we shall begin with what? Geography. First we shall start with 2025. Hello. Sir, namaste. ಹೌದು ಸರ್ 12:30 ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. Okay. Okay, so this is a question which has appeared in 2025. So can we call it as a geography related question? Okay, to some extent, okay, not completely, but whether from the static book we will be able to answer this question by just using our NCERTs, will be able to answer this question? No. Okay, so it what this question can be mapped to multiple different subjects. For example, it can be mapped to what international, some kind of agreements, okay, international affairs, current affairs, okay, all those things. So India has joined the Mineral Security Partnership as a member. India is a resource-rich country in all the 30 critical minerals that it has identified. The Parliament in 2023 has amended the Mines and Minerals Act 1957, empowering the central government to exclusively auction mining lease and composite license for certain critical minerals. Okay. So whether this question can be easily answered or it is difficult, can we go through go with some kind of elimination and answer this question? What will be the eliminating point? Yes. India is resource rich in the second point. India is a resource rich country in all 30 critical minerals. So can you give can you list a few critical examples of few critical minerals? Okay, especially now in this in the context of electric vehicles. So there are some critical minerals, right? But apart from them, there are other critical minerals as well. But at least if you are able to recall the critical minerals used in EV vehicles, then we will be able to answer this question. So which are the critical minerals used in electric vehicle? Electric vehicle battery? Lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite. Okay, so all those are critical minerals. So whether in India we have resources or reserves related to lithium, recently we have discovered, but have we started extracting commercially? Not yet. Okay, not yet. So lithium is there. How about cobalt? Okay, again there are some resources we have discovered, but we have not yet started extracting the same. Okay, in this fashion if you continue, so do you think that all the 30 resources are present in India, and that too the extreme statement resource rich country? To some extent we have resources, but we cannot call that India is a resource rich in critical minerals. So very easily we will be able to eliminate statement 2. Okay, statement 2. So if we eliminate statement 2, then we have only one choice, that is 1 and 3. Okay, 1 and 3 is the answer. Now this is a current affairs based question. So whether India has joined, so based on after elimination we got to know that India has joined what? Mineral Security Partnership. Now what we need to do is, what is Mineral Security Partnership? So out of curiosity we have to add some extra points, and based on comparison, next when I will be sharing, I will be adding those points, and if possible, okay, what you will do? Mineral Security Partnership. So what are the various points that you will focus? So it's the initiative of any international organization, or it's the initiative of a particular nation. Okay, particular nation. Next, so India has already joined. Which are the other important countries part of Mineral Security Partnership? Whether USA is part of it, whether China is part of it, whether Russia is part of it, so whether UK is part of it, whether France is part of it. So just you will focus on important countries. Or when it comes to important countries, what you will do? You will just focus on permanent 5 countries. So which are the permanent 5 countries? USA, UK, Russia, China, France. Okay, these are the permanent 5 countries. So first we will focus on them, whether they are part of Mineral Security Partnership or not. So anyhow, India has become a member of it. Okay, so extra information we will search. Next, the Parliament in 2023 has amended the Mines and Minerals Act 1957, empowering the central government to exclusively auction mining lease and composite license for certain critical minerals. So here, out of curiosity, what you will do is, so when it comes to minerals, we have classified the minerals into major and minor minerals. Okay, so whether all the critical minerals have been designated as major minerals, or there are some critical minerals which are considered as minor minerals as well. So out of curiosity. Okay, so what will be the question that you are supposed to ask to yourself? Whether all the critical minerals which the India has identified, they are designated as major minerals, or are there some minor minerals? Okay, minor minerals. And already we know about its background. Okay, the difference between the major minerals and minor minerals. So what is the difference between major mineral and minor mineral? Yes. So who is going to designate a mineral as a major mineral? Minor mineral? Central government. Okay, central government. So when it comes to leasing of mines of major mineral, who has the power? Minor mineral? State government. Okay, in that context, so what you will do, whether 30 critical minerals have been identified by India, yes or no, and next is whether it is 30 or more, and whether all the critical minerals they have been designated as major minerals or there are some minor minerals, that will search. Okay, that will search. And also that separate list of major minerals and minor minerals is also important. So already it is part of the notes, you can just go through it. You can go through it. Next, so consider the following countries: Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Venezuela. So Andes mountains pass through how many of the above countries? Okay, so can it be answered through standard NCERT book? Okay, just based on standard NCERT will not be able to answer, because in NCERT what they have mentioned, somewhere they have mentioned about the Andes. Okay, and why is Andes famous for? It is the fold. Next, one more is longest mountain range in the world. Okay, longest mountain range in the world. So whether Andes, it has been explicitly mentioned in NCERT. Yes, in 6th standard NCERT it has been mentioned NCERT, and wherever we come across mountain ranges, what is our basic strategy? Which are the countries across which it spans? Okay, it spans. So this is the basic what content that we have built. And also when it comes to mountain ranges within India, so then what we will be focusing? We'll be focusing on the number of states. Okay, number of states. So here, when it comes to what Andes mountain range, so which are the countries? Okay, from north to south, can you tell me from north to south, if you are able to recall what happens, it means that you have stored the information properly. First one is Venezuela. Next is Colombia. Ecuador. Next. Bolivia is there? Okay, next. Chile. Next. Argentina. Next. Over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, seven countries. So here, which countries will eliminate here? Brazil. Okay, Brazil is not part of it. Next, Paraguay. So Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, and Venezuela. So only 4. So here perfection is required. Only if you are aware, then itself you will be able to answer perfect answer. Otherwise, you cannot make a guess. Okay, you cannot make a guess. Now, similar to Andes mountain ranges, which are the other mountain ranges that you are supposed to prepare? Especially those which have been mentioned in what NCERTs, that where we will be giving higher priority. So if you can recall, yes, will you be able to recall? Yes, yes, Alps. Okay, so it is Alps. Next, Alps. Next, Ural mountain ranges. Next. So see, if you look at just 6 NCERT itself, previous year also they had asked a question on fold mountains and block mountains. So there itself we have some mountains which have been explicitly listed. Yes, Rocky mountains is there. I think there it is not there. Next. So we have Alps, we have Ural. Next, volcanic mountains. Appalachians is there, right? Very important. Appalachians. Okay, Appalachians. Okay. So first what you will do is you will focus on the mountain ranges which are already mentioned in the NCERT. So already which we have discussed. Here what we will do. So in across which all country they are spread. That we will focus. Next, in the next round, out of curiosity, what we will do? Okay, we don't know. So again, next year the nature of question paper might evolve. So somewhere they might ask question around it. So what we will do is here Andes, apart from being the longest mountain range in the world, it's also the longest mountain range in Latin America. So just out of curiosity, what you will do, which is the longest mountain range in North America? Okay, North America, which is the largest mountain range? You'll just check. Okay, later on, you'll not complete the work now. Once you complete the class, that will be on work. So longest mountain range in North America, largest mountain range in Europe, largest mountain range in Asia, largest mountain range in Africa. Okay, largest mountain range in Australia. Okay, Australia. For Australia, no problem. But when it comes to these continents, North America, Europe, next Asia and Africa. So whichever mountain range you will find, what you will do? Country, okay, country it passes through. So that information you will add. Okay, that information will add. So we are not sure whether they are going to ask question or not. But based on previous year, based on curiosity, at least this basic exercise will do. Okay, will do. But the priority will be to these mountains which have been explicitly mentioned and which we have discussed. First you will give a priority to this, and then you will prepare with respect to the longest mountain ranges in each of these countries. Okay, each of the continents. Next, already Andes they asked out of curiosity. See whether they will ask or not, but we will prepare. When it comes to Andes mountain ranges, so the longest stretch of the Andes mountain range is present in which country? Yes. So present probably in the notes also we have added. We have added or not? If you have not added, what we will do is we will add it. So among these countries, where do we have the longest range? Okay, it is child longest range. Okay, longest range. Next. Within this range, we have the topmost peak. Which is the peak? I think we have added in the recent notes. We have added. Just you cross verify it once. Yes. No.
Longest peak.
Not longest peak. So peak will be the highest peak. Tallest peak. I think Mount Aconcagua something I added. I guess. Okay. Just cross verify it once. Okay. So what we will do? We will add it here. So it is part of which country? Just search it. Which is the tallest peak of Andes? Somewhere I just I am able to recall that somewhere I added. Yes. Argentina. Aconcagua. Okay. Okay. That's it. Mount Aconcagua. And probably in the notes I think I have added. Just check it if it is there, or even if you search it. Where is the the width of Andes is highest in which country? The width also I have added. One is the longest range is in Chile, and the topmost peak is in Argentina. So the width of the Andes is highest in which country? Probably Ecuador or Peru, I don't know. Just check it once. Okay. Even if later on you can search in the notes, you can just search in the Google itself. So yes, Bolivia. Okay. In Bolivia we have the highest width of Andes. Okay. Okay. So all these various explorations you will do based on this question. When it comes to other mountain ranges, you are not going to do all this exercise. Here we will only focus on the countries across which the mountain ranges are spread. That's it. Okay. That's it. Okay. See, when it comes to this question, it's a important international mountain range. But when it comes to India, you will prepare for everything. Western Ghats is spread across how many states? 6 states. Eastern Ghats? 5 states. Next, the important Aravallis? Yes? 4, right? So which are the states? Rajasthan, Haryana, Delhi. Vindhyas? 5 states. Okay. So when it comes to Indian range, mountain ranges, we will prepare in detail. Okay, in detail.
Lake important lake river ants mountain
Yes.
ants mountain important river important lake.
We will not do it. Why? Because we can do it. It's not an issue. Easily we can find the information. But again, there will be no end for it. Okay. What we will do? No, lake again. We shall build a strategy for this. According to we shall build the strategy. For that, there if we start preparing, then what happens? See, we will not stop at Andes. Next we are going to do for what? Other mountain ranges. And for all those mountain ranges, if you go on adding the information, in the end moment we will not be able to recall. Okay, recall. So whatever this information we have prepared, it is only for Andes. For the next mountain ranges, you are not going to do all that exercise. Means the longest length of that range exists in which country, all those things you are not going to do. You are only going to focus on the countries, number of countries. That's it. Okay. Next year, if they ask a similar kind of question, then again we'll update it. Okay. It is not the full and final. Every year the content has to be updated. Okay. The content has to be updated. Okay. So next, consider the following water bodies: Lake Tanganyika, Lake Tonle Sap, Patos Lagoon. Through how many of them does the equator pass? Okay. So it's a very tough question. Okay, those who have appeared for 2025, definitely it's a tough question. And what should be the approach if a similar kind of question appears in the upcoming year? Okay, upcoming year. So when it comes to equator, already we have, when it comes to our regular classes, we have focused on continents and equator passing through countries. Sorry, countries through which the equator passes through. Okay, and that too we have prepared from west to east. Easily we will be able to recall. And after equator, countries, maximum what we have focused is ocean. At some point of in our notes, we have focused on ocean. And also oceans very easily we can also identify also, because if you obviously oceans are what, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, so easily we can identify. But here very specifically they are focused on what? Lakes as well as lagoons. Okay, lagoons. So here what we can do? Okay, so we should build an information which is going to benefit if a similar kind of question appears in 2026, 26 or 27 and so on. Okay, so what we will do is first equator passing through. Okay, equator passing through. Okay. So equator passing through, already we know countries. Equator passing through countries already we know. So will you be able to recall the countries from west to east? From west to east, whether there is any country of North America or South America? Yes, Brazil is there. Ecuador. Okay, Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia. Okay, BEC. Next, when it comes to Africa, which are the countries? Yes. Sao Tome, Gabon next, Kenya, Somalia. See, we are struggling at the basic step itself, because the first step that we have done is we are supposed to prepare with the countries. Okay, here without any hesitation we should be able to recall the country names with full confidence. Okay, BEC in case of what? Latin America. When it comes to what? Africa. Okay, so which are the countries? Somalia is there. Kenya is there. Next, Gabon is there. Next, Congo is there. Okay. Republic of Congo is there. Next, Democratic Republic of Congo. Next, Uganda. Next, Kenya already is there. Next, Gabon is covered. Next, Sao Tome. Okay, Sao Tome. Okay. Next, this is what? Of Africa. Next, coming to Asia, are there any Asian countries through which the equator passes through? Yes. Kiribati, Indonesia, and Maldives. Okay, Maldives. So already we are aware of it. Okay, we are aware of it. So, but the question is on what? Lakes. Now, what you can do is just search. Which are the lakes, or list of lakes through which equator passes through? Just give a search. Yes. Lake Victoria. Okay, very important. Lake Victoria in which continent, in which country? Yes. Africa. Which country specifically? Yes. Okay. So equator, it passes through Victoria Lake, which is spread across Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, right? Okay. So next year they may ask, okay, Victoria Lake, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. Okay, what? Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. So it is the only lake, or are there any other lakes?
Other Lake Edward.
Yes.
Lake Edward.
Lake Edward. Next.
Other Lake three, no?
Lake Tanganyika is there. See where you are searching. See when you search, what happens? Automatically some institute will pop up and the wrong answer will come. Okay, Lake Tanganyika is not part of it.
South of that. South of.
We don't want south. I am just asking you through which lakes equator passes through. That's it. Yes. Actually, if you search deeply, you will get to know that Victoria is the only lake, okay, through which equator passes through. See, even when you are searching through the internet also, sometimes it will pop up a wrong answer. What it will do is, so whatever the question has appeared, so different institutions have compiled the answers. So based on that question and answer, it will just pop up an answer saying that equator passes through what? Tanganyika as well. But no. So Victoria Lake is the only lake through which what? Equator passes through. Okay, equator passes through. Now similarly search for lagoon, because here we also have a lagoon as well, right? So here the names are lake. Okay, now lagoon. Just search for lagoon. Which are the lagoons through which equator passes through? Yes. Which are the lagoons through which equator crosses through? Even if it's an insignificant lagoon also, you should be able to, you should tell me whether there is any lagoon.
There is no major recognized.
No lagoon? No major recognized lagoon? Okay. So it means there is no major lagoon through which equator crosses through. Okay, crosses through. So now what we got to know? Lake we got to know. Lagoon also we got to know. Now based on your search, what we can conclude? What is the answer for this question? Okay. The answer is? None. Okay. So it does not flow through what? Tanganyika. It does not flow through Tonle Sap. It does not flow go through Patos Lagoon as well. Okay, Patos Lagoon as well. Now we got the answer none. But what will be our approach for the next year, for 2026 and for 2027? What will be the approach? Yes. Okay. Equator passes through which lake? Already you have done. That is Victoria. Okay, it's Victoria. Next. Yes. So similarly, you can do for Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Okay. Next exercise, what we can do is, which are the countries you already know? Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Next, what you will do? Which are the lakes which the Tropic of Cancer crosses through? Okay, crosses through. Which are the lagoons the Tropic of Cancer crosses through? Next, which are the lakes the Tropic of Capricorn crosses through? Which are the lagoons the Tropic of Capricorn crosses through? So that exercise we can do. Okay, that exercise we can do. Next, you found out that Victoria is the only lake through which equator crosses through. Now, what is the speciality of Victoria? Just find out what is the specific information or famous information about Victoria, Lake Victoria.
Largest lake by area.
Africa's largest lake by
World's largest tropical lake.
Okay, that will not do. World's largest tropical lake will not do. But largest Africa's largest lake by surface area. Because there are two things. Yes. Second largest freshwater lake as well. Okay. Now what we will do? We'll just focus on the first one. So Lake Victoria. Okay, Lake Victoria is the largest what? Lake in Africa. Okay, largest lake in Africa by surface area. Okay, by surface area. Next, similarly search what is speciality about, or first you search where is Lake Tanganyika located. Just search it.
Sir, 4 countries: Tanzania, Democratic Republic of Congo, Burundi, Zambia. That country will have.
Okay, so that is not, I will not call it as a unique feature of Tanganyika. Just search whether it's the largest lake by volume or largest lake by surface area or yes, longest freshwater lake in the world or in Africa. Longest freshwater lake. Okay. Longest, just cross verify. So whatever one of you just you search, the other should cross verify it. So it's the longest freshwater lake. Which one? Tanganyika. Okay. So
second deepest freshwater lake.
Second deepest freshwater lake. Okay. Entire world. In Africa you search. In Africa, what is its position? Whether it's the deepest freshwater lake or anything else. Which is the deepest lake in Africa? Yes, it's the deepest lake. Okay. So, Lake Tanganyika is the deepest lake in Africa. Okay, lake in Africa, and also you found out that it's also the longest lake in Africa, right? So we shall take all these things into account. Longest as well as deepest. Okay, as well as deepest. Where is Lake Tanganyika located?
4 countries.
4 countries. Which are the 4 countries? Tanzania,
Democratic Republic of
Congo,
Burundi,
Burundi,
Zambia.
Zambia, Zambezi. Okay. So this is about Lake Tanganyika. So later on we will build the strategy. Now similarly search for Lake Tonle Sap. Where it is located?
Cambodia.
Yes.
Cambodia.
Cambodia. Okay, Cambodia. So is there any unique feature of this Lake Tonle Sap? Just search it. Southeast Asia's largest freshwater lake. So what we can do? See here. Now we are getting an idea of a region called as Southeast Asia. Okay, Southeast Asia. So here Southeast Asia's largest freshwater lake. Okay, freshwater lake. And also if you search, there is some unique feature associated with Lake Tonle Sap. There is a river associated with it. It's called as probably Tonle Sap itself. Right. So that river, it changes its direction of the flow during some season. Okay, some season. There is some unique feature. But at least now we will stop at one entity. That is largest what? Freshwater lake of Southeast Asia. Okay, Southeast Asia. So it's about lake. Next, Patos Lagoon. So where is Patos Lagoon present?
Brazil.
It's present in
Brazil.
Brazil. So what is the speciality about this Patos Lagoon? Just search it. Whether it is the largest lagoon in the world? Whether it is largest lagoon in the world?
World's largest chocolate coastal lagoon.
Okay. Which is the world's largest lagoon then? Just search it. Which is the world's largest lagoon?
Either is the world's largest chocolate lagoon.
The specifically term they are used is choked lagoon. Okay. Choked.
Because it is separate from ocean by a long barrier.
By long barrier. Okay. Now what we'll do, we will not get stuck there itself. So what we'll do is, so which is the, now just search like this, which is the largest lagoon of Latin America? Yes. Largest lagoon of Latin America. World. Okay, world's largest is different. So what we now search for the largest lagoon in what? Latin America or South America. Patos Lagoon. Okay. Again, whether there is a thing like by surface area and by volume, just search it. Just out of curiosity, we'll search it. Whether it's the largest by surface area or by depth or both of them are same, that you search.
It covers the area of the.
Okay, by volume you search then. Which is the largest lagoon in Latin America by volume? If you are able to find it, it's okay. Otherwise, we shall leave it.
Lake Titicaca.
Titicaca?
Titicaca.
Okay. Titicaca? Okay. So all of you should get the same answer. You should cross verify.
Both volume and surface and
by both volume and surface. Again, it will cause confusion because already we have what here Patos Lagoon. Okay. Yes. Titicaca is a what?
Largest lake in Latin America.
No, we are not searching lake. We are searching lagoon. See, again, don't get confused with lake. Lake is separate here. Lagoon. We search with respect to lagoon.
Located in Bolivia and Peru, the largest lake in South America by both surface and volume.
Which one?
The Lake Titicaca.
Lake Titicaca? It's a lake. Again, search it whether lake or lagoon. Okay, then you leave it. If there is a term lagoon, then we shall fix with it. Otherwise, we shall what? Caledonia? South Pacific? Coastal? No, lagoons when it comes, generally they are coastal itself. Coastal, it's not a coastal. Okay. No, when you speak about lagoon, no, generally, so lagoon is, it happens at the coastal area itself, generally. Okay. Anyhow, so again, I will be also compiling later on. Now, what we'll do, we got an idea. Okay. We got an idea based on the options. So, what they are focusing is, now, Lake Tanganyika, what is the important aspect of Lake Tanganyika? Largest or longest lake of Africa. Next, also, am I right? Also deepest in Africa. Now just by taking these examples, what we'll do is, okay, so list of deepest lakes in all the continents, in Africa, in Asia, in North America, in South America. So you will complete this exercise. Okay. Next, largest lake in Africa is Tanganyika. Similarly, longest lake in Africa is Tanganyika. Similarly, longest lake in North America, longest lake in South America, longest lake in Europe, longest lake in Asia. Okay. On top of this, what we'll do, rather than focusing on only continents, here we shall prepare for 2 to 3 extra regions. Already we have seen that it is Southeast Asia, right? So when you are doing this exercise, longest lake in Africa. Okay. Next, longest lake in Asia, longest lake in North America, longest lake in Latin America, longest lake in Australia. After doing these things, what you will do, longest lake in Southeast Asia, longest lake in Central Asia. Okay. After this, what we will do finally, longest lake in India. Okay, longest lake in India. So these 7 to 8 parameters you will focus and you will compile similarly, okay, accordingly. Okay, first you will focus on continents, then when it comes to regions, you will focus on Southeast Asia, Central Asia. Here you need not focus on Middle East. Okay, we will just leave the Middle East. And next, you will come to what? India. Okay, India. Now similarly, deepest lake in Africa, right? So what we will do? Deepest in Asia, deepest in North America, deepest in Latin America, deepest in Europe, okay, deepest in Australia, deepest in here when you made Southeast Asia, similarly you find out with respect to South Asia. Okay, South Asia. Okay, and finally India. Okay, finally India. So you did for Lake Tanganyika. Similarly, when it comes to toneless sap, so what's in that exercise you'll cover both the things. Okay, means what is special about toneless sap? Southeast Asia. So similarly, when you now it is longest you have seen, your deepest you have seen. Now next, largest. When it comes to largest, there are 2 things. One is largest by surface area, another one is largest by volume. So here, based on this example, what you will do? Largest by surface area, all the continents. Next, largest by volume, all the continents plus Southeast Asia, South Asia, Central Asia, and India. Okay, and India. Okay. Next, when it comes to lagoons, okay, lagoon, what you will do? Largest lagoon in Latin America, largest lagoon in North America, largest lagoon in Europe, largest lagoon in Asia, largest lagoon in Africa, okay, largest lagoon in Southeast Asia, largest lagoon in South Asia, largest lagoon in Central Asia, largest lagoon in India. Which is the largest lagoon in India? Largest lagoon in India. Just search it. You know about it, but you are unable to identify that it is the largest lagoon. No. Yes? No. That is that is a lake, longest lake. And speaking about lagoon, Chilika. Chilika is the largest lagoon in India. Okay, it's a lake. It's also called as a lagoon. It's the largest lagoon in India. So in this fashion, you will complete this exercise. Okay, you will complete this exercise. So based on this question, you are building a strategy for the upcoming year. After doing this also, again, a question might appear or it might not appear. But what we are trying to do is, we are trying to reduce our content. If we do not have this strategy, then what happens? There are hundreds of lakes. Okay, across all the continents. So we have to go through each and every lake. That will be practically very difficult for us to retain. That is not possible. So at least to minimize our effort, we will do this. Okay, we will do this. Similarly, what we will do? The water bodies through which Tropic of Cancer passes through, Equator passes through, and next Capricorn passes through. So already we have this content. What we will do is, on top of this, you will add one more extra information. What is that? Another water body called as strait. Which are the straits through which Equator crosses through? Straits which the Tropic of Cancer passes through, strait which the Capricorn passes through. So later on you can search, just search only for Equator here. Just search and let me know which are there any straits which the Equator crosses through. Only straits. I think there should be one more strait apart from Karimata. Makassar state. Okay, what you will do? You will add these things. Makassar state and Karimata state. Among these two states, Makassar state is very important, which appears in the newspaper. Okay? It appears in the newspaper. Okay. So now, along with the what continents, oceans, lakes, lagoons, you'll also prepare for straits. And this exercise you'll also do it for Tropic of Cancer as well as Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, Tropic of Capricorn. So now we have built an approach. If a similar kind of question appears in the next year, we have built an approach. Okay, we have built an approach, and that too with minimum information. Okay, minimum information. So see, during your free time, you will do this exercise, because when you do this exercise on your own, so the chances of you retaining the information for a very long period of time are very high. At the same time, I too will compile the information and I'll try to share it with you. Okay, share it with you. See here. Yes.
So, Lake Tanganyika is cross through DR system. Even equator also passes through DR system.
No, equator is one single what latitude. But now if a country is very large, now see here. Now what? Through India, Tropic of Cancer passes through. But we cannot say the Tropic of Cancer passes through Karnataka. Right? So here, it may pass through a country. But if somewhere here we have lake, and if from here, if the equator passes through, and to get exact information, what you are supposed to do is, you have to search the what? Latitudes of what? Lake Tanganyika. So just search what are the latitudes of Lake Tanganyika. Which are the latitudes bounding Lake Tanganyika? 3 degrees south to? 3 degrees south. Okay. Okay. Where it will end?
8 degree.
8 degree. So it is from 8 degree to what? 3 degree to 8 degree. Now you mentioned about which country? Democratic Republic of Congo. Then you have to search for the latitude of Democratic Republic of Congo. Latitudes bounding Democratic Republic of Congo. Just search. Which one? Okay. So okay, it starts from here. Okay, equator is 0 degree. Okay, so okay, that's correct. See here, Democratic Republic of Congo, from somewhere here, equator flows through, but the sea is present here. But the lake is present here. Lake is present here. Okay. But here we cannot make such kind of inferences. What we will do is, we need to know perfect information itself, which are the lakes. And if you look at the lakes, they are focused on famous lakes. It means famous lakes and famous lagoons. Across them, equator does not cross through. The famous lake across which the equator crosses is Lake Victoria. Okay, Lake Victoria. And Lake Victoria is the largest lake in Africa. Okay. Again, apart from this, the next subsequent questions when we discuss, we'll be discussing other things. So what we'll be doing is, we'll be making a list. So largest top 10 lakes in India, top 10 lakes in the world by surface area. Okay, top 10 lakes in the world by volume in the decreasing order. Again, we'll be doing it separately, because here if we start doing all of them, again it will lead to confusion. Now, based on this question, whatever is required, we'll compile accordingly. Okay, we'll compile accordingly. So this question will not be able to answer through any of the standard NCRTs. Will not be able to answer through any of the current affairs content also. It's only based on curiosity. Okay, it's only based on curiosity. Next, another question on turmeric. So India is the largest producer and exporter of turmeric in the world. More than 30 varieties of turmeric are grown in India. Okay, Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu are major turmeric producing states in India. Okay, India. So here again it's a bit difficult question, but it's a current affairs based question, because in 2025, right? So what do we call it as? Headquarter of what? Spice board. Not spice board. So a separate board for turmeric was created. Previously, turmeric was part of what? Spices board itself. So spices board managed the information related to turmeric. But now we have a separate turmeric board. Okay, turmeric board. So India is the largest producer and exporter of turmeric in the world. So previously this information was missing, but in this year in our notes we have added this information. Okay. So for all the spices we have done this exercise. Okay, so which is the largest exporter, so which is the largest producer, we have done it. So I'll urge you to go through the content. Okay, if you go through the content, you'll get to know that India is the largest producer and exporter of turmeric in the world, and this will lead to confusion. More than 30 varieties of turmeric are grown in India. When it came to first question, what critical minerals, there also similar kind of value existed. So all the 30 minerals, so we have what India is resource rich, that was false. But here in this case, India has more than 40 varieties of turmeric. So hence statement 2 is right. Okay, statement 2 is right. Next, Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu are major turmeric producing states in India. So this is also right. Okay, this is also right. So this is a current affairs based question. But still what we have done is, in order to accommodate it as part of the static part, so this exercise, what we have done is, we have done it for all the spices, okay, all the spices. So when you are preparing, you need not prepare for each and every spice. Some of the important spices you can focus, and rest all the spices you can ignore, okay, you can ignore. So anyhow, it's a current affairs based question, okay, current affairs based question. So which of the following are the evidences of the continental drift theory? Okay, so we have not discussed in our regular class about the continental drift theory. So if possible, we will be discussing later on. But continental drift theory says that once upon a time, so all the land, there was a single land mass. There was a single land mass, and this land mass, it got splitted. Okay, splitted, and they started moving in different directions. Just at a superficial level, I am giving you an information. Land mass, there was single land mass, so because of some reasons that land mass it broke and they started moving in different directions. Okay, so this is called as continental what? Drift. Continents have started drifting in different directions. So what is the proof to say that once all these were part of a single land mass? Okay, land mass. So if you look at the world map, okay, if you look at the world map, here we have Africa, here we have Latin America, here we have what? Asia, Europe and so on. So the belt of ancient rocks from Brazil coast matches with those from the Western Africa. So here this is Africa, this is Western Africa, and here we have Brazil. If you look here, the rocks and all, almost both the rocks are of similar type. So this indicates that once upon a time, so both were part of the single what? Land mass, and later on because of some reasons they have splitted. Okay, they have splitted. So first option is right. Again, if possible, we'll have a discussion later on separately about the continental drift theory. The gold deposits of Ghana are derived from the Brazil plateau when the two continents lay side by side. So where is Ghana located? Yes, Africa. Western Africa or Eastern Africa? Western Africa. Means whatever the gold deposits you have here, so they have been derived from the Brazil plateau. Okay. So again, the second statement is also correct, because both of them, they are part of the single land mass, hence the rocks and the resources, so similar kind of resources exist here. Okay. Next, the Gondwana system of sediments from India is known to have its counterparts in 6 different land masses of the southern hemisphere. Okay. So Gondwana system, right? So already in some of the discussions we have seen, Gondwana is famous for which kind of mineral? Coal. Okay, so Gondwana landmass, especially the peninsular part of India. So previously it was part of what? Some other larger landmass. Okay, landmass. So here they say that it has its counterparts in 6 different land masses of the southern hemisphere. So this third statement is also correct. Now you have to find out which are the 6 different land masses in the southern hemisphere, which are the counterpart of India. Okay, counterpart of India. So here this entire question on continental drift, we shall discuss it once. Okay, we shall discuss it, because we have not discussed in detail, so we will discuss it. Okay, we will discuss this question, because without discussion we will not be able to answer this question to the fullest extent. Okay, we shall discuss about the continental drift theory later on. Okay, later on. Okay, so next, the amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is more in subtropical and temperate areas than in equatorial and polar regions. Subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. Which one of the following is correct in respect of the above statements? Okay, above statements. Now, some of this information we might find in NCERT or some other books, for example, when we refer to topics like climatology and all, but you will not get a complete picture. Okay, you will not get a complete picture. And to just answer one question, we are not going to refer those textbooks also. If you look at the exam trend, generally UPSC will focus such kind of curiosity related things. If you go to 2024 also, they asked a question like, so pressure will be more at the equator or at the poles? Poles. Moisture will be more at the equator or at the poles? Okay. In that fashion, what we will do is, we shall prepare this question based on that curiosity itself. Okay, curiosity itself. So the amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is more in the subtropical and temperate areas than in equatorial and polar regions. Okay. So here it is true. Okay. Now if you look at the earth, here we have equator. So somewhere this area we call it as subtropical. Next we have temperate. So this zone they are speaking. Okay, this zone they are speaking. So subtropical and temperate. So here we have which zone? Torrid zone or frigid zone. Okay, frigid zone. So the amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is more in the subtropical and temperate areas than in equatorial and polar regions. Okay, if you compare this region, this is called as equatorial region and polar region. So here we have what? Dust particles are more. Okay, dust particles are more. It is true. Now we'll not go into its background, why it is more and all, but only to at a superficial level we shall connect. Okay, we'll not go into deeper aspects. Subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. Okay, subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. So now what is the relationship between dry winds and dust particles?
If there is dry winds, there are dust particles.
Where there are dry winds, there are dust particles. Okay. So now, if the first statement is true, then the second statement will be true or it will be false? It will be false. Okay. It means there are subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. No, they have more dry winds. Okay, they have more dry winds. But when it comes to equator and poles, so whether dry winds are there or not? Less or more? Less. Why less? Yes, in equator we have more moisture and also rainfall. So because of the rainfall and because of the moisture, so dust will settle down. Okay, dust particles will not be there. Similarly, in case of polar region, because of ice, so dust will be settled. It will not be flying. So this is the reason what we have more dust particles in the atmosphere in subtropical and temperate areas. Okay, temperate areas. Now based on this question itself, you will prepare for the previous year, for the next year. Okay, so here got to subtropical and temperate areas have more dry winds. Okay, more dry winds. So here what's the answer? Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is not correct. Okay, statement 2 is not correct. Now in the same fashion, if they change the question, the amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is less in is more in equatorial and polar regions as compared to subtropical and temperate areas. Next is the frame of question. That will be false. Okay, that will be false. Okay, similar to dust particles, what are the other things that you can attach here? In one go you will not be able to recall, but gradually as you start preparing, when you start comparing the questions of the previous year, you will get to know. For example, okay, moisture you will compare. Next, yes, rainfall you will compare. Rainfall. Okay, now see here, overall pattern if you see, so here we have equator, here we have poles. So basic things we are aware. What is the basic thing? When it comes to temperature, as one moves from equator towards the poles, what happens to temperature? Temperature decreases. Okay. What happens to pressure? Can we say that increase and decrease? No. So here we have what? The equator is a low pressure area or high pressure area? Low pressure area. Next, poles are high pressure area. So close to equator, we have one area of what? High pressure. We call it as what kind of latitudes? Horse latitudes. Okay, horse latitudes. So horse latitudes are of low pressure area, high pressure area? High pressure area. Similarly, close to the poles, we have another area. What is it called as? Low pressure area. Okay, low pressure area. Now always the wind flows from which direction to which direction? High to low. So in this region, this is a high pressure area, this is a low pressure area. So now winds will start blowing like this. So I'll take here 1. Okay, so this is the direction of the wind blowing. So here we have seen, because of the Coriolis force, so winds will move like this or they will move like this. In the northern hemisphere, I am taking this region. Okay, this region, winds are flowing from what? North to south. Okay, north to south or towards the equator. Now because of the Coriolis force, the direction of wind will be like 1 or like 2. Like 1, because in the northern hemisphere, Coriolis force will what it will do? It will deflect the winds towards the right or towards the left? Towards the right. Okay, here the direction of the wind will be like this. Okay, now here if you look at this region, this is a high pressure area and this low pressure area. So winds will start flowing in this direction. Now whether they will be deflected like this, like 1 or like this 2? 2, because in this northern hemisphere they will be deflected towards the right. So all these things you should be able to connect. Okay, now we got to know that temperature, as one moves from the equator towards the poles, temperature decreases. When it comes to pressure, similar kind of relationship does not exist. So temperature is highest at the equator and pressure is lowest at the equator and highest at the poles. Okay, now similarly, what about moisture? Okay, moisture, whether there is a relationship like moisture is highest at the equator and lowest at the poles, such kind of relationship exists? It exists. When it comes to moisture, you have to find out. So what is the relationship with moisture and latitude? Okay, whether it is highest at equator or highest at poles. Now previous year they had asked a question about Coriolis force itself. So Coriolis force is highest at equator and lowest at poles. Such kind of relationship exists, or irrespective of the latitude, the Coriolis force is same. Again we will search it. So where is the Coriolis force highest? Pole. When it comes to equator?
0.
It is 0. Okay, so see, these are the various questions. Can you similarly raise few more questions like this? So temperature is over, pressure is over. Next, moisture. Next, dust particles, Coriolis force. Next, yes, westerlies. Okay, again that also you can search whether westerlies are prevalent only in the northern hemisphere or also in the southern hemisphere. Easterlies are present only in the northern hemisphere or also in the southern hemisphere. Okay, so in this fashion, rather than referring entire content, so this should help us to build, and also at the same time, why? If there is any reason, so you should search for the reason. So here we got to know about the reason. Okay, here we got to know about the reason. Okay, that they have more dry winds. Hence, in subtropical and temperate areas, what we have? We have more dust particles. Okay, dust particles. So here, this question repeatedly when you see. So every time when you see this question, a different thought process should be triggered, and accordingly we shall prepare. Okay, accordingly we shall prepare. And in the end moment, just don't think that this information is not sufficient. We shall try to purchase some other book or read some other material. Practically it is not possible. Even if you want to do it, you will do it after May 24th. Okay, till May 24, whatever the information is there, we'll just stick to it. Repeatedly we'll revise the same content, we'll raise the more questions, and accordingly we shall prepare and compile the material. But we shall not prepare any other extra material from any other institute or any other source. Okay, any other source.
This is the ideal scenario you told right now.
Yes.
But in reality, the earth is tilted. So usually the pressure and all will vary. So according to the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, the pressure and the moisture may also vary. Like it will tilt in all the months. So in that perspective, it will change. Then what we need to prepare for that?
Moisture you are saying?
Yes, sir.
No, moisture you are not yet concluded. I have given you as a work. You just search it. I just given you a point, means which are the various points through which are the various dimensions that we can think. Okay, you just go through that content. Okay, so if you have any kind of inconsistency, again in the next class we shall have a discussion. So whether moisture, whether it is uniformly it changes from equator. See, when it comes to temperature, what we will say? From equator to poles, it reduces. Whether similar kind of relationship exists with moisture, or it also depends on other criteria as well. Okay, criteria as well. Now it comes to, for example, temperature and altitude. As we go to higher altitude, what happens to temperature? Temperature ideally decreases, but there are some exceptions as well. When we go to higher altitudes, temperature rather than decreasing, it also increases. There are some exceptions as well. Okay, so what you will do today when it comes to moisture, you just go through the content, whether moisture that uniform relationship exists or the relationship is not uniform. Okay, not uniform. Okay, so why the moisture will be highest at the equator? Why it should be highest? Because of the highest insolation. Highest insolation will be received by the equatorial region. Okay, and because of that, rainfall will also occur highest in the equatorial region itself. Okay, equatorial region itself. Okay, anyhow, you just go through the content once. Okay, you just try to search for, explore for some more information. Again, based on that, we shall have a discussion.
But usually, sir, subtropical area receives the much insolation because Earth is tilted. So,
Okay. So subtropical. Again, see, you are coming up with that concept of what equinox and what summer solstice. All this. So Earth's northern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun, so it should receive.
like compared to equator, subtropical should.
No, Earth is not. Northern hemisphere is not always tilted towards the sun.
Yes, sir, it will change.
It will change, right? So it is always not tilted towards the sun. So always it cannot remain the same. Right? What was your question?
That only, sir. I am like with that phenomena. Usually, heat and everything will change, no, sir. So on that, like usually we consider June 21 as the highest temperature and subtropical region will get the highest. Sir.
Subtropical
So
region.
equator will not be getting the highest. Sir. So based on that, other dimensions we need to concentrate at the time.
No, now we will not concentrate. See that on that day, Ravichandra was also asking the same question. There are some confusions which will prevail. Okay. Now, if you try to find out the solution for that confusion, we'll try to find out if possible. But you will not get stuck there. I got to know. So because now this is the movement of the. This is the movement of the earth. Here we have sun. Okay. So this is our earth. So next at the other period, this will be the earth. So during this period, what happens? The equatorial region, that Tropic of Cancer will receive the highest sunlight on June 21. But on the other hand, during this phase, so northern hemisphere will be away from the sun. Okay, will be away from the sun. So here you say that equator. So one day he also raised the same question. So always equator, whether it will be equidistant from the sun? No. Okay, because the path is elliptical, it is not circular. Okay, it is not circular. So equator will receive the highest amount of sunlight during which phase? During equinox. Okay, during equinox. So it does not mean that because whether the northern hemisphere might be tilted either towards the sun or away from the sun, but equator it never gets tilted, it will remain in the same position, but the distance from the sun will vary. So it will come closer to the sun at the time of equinox, and at the other time it will be farther away from the sun. Farther away from the sun. So again here there will be some confusions which will remain. See, ultimately when you complete also there will be some confusions, but now whatever is required, okay, whatever is required to connect these things, to that extent you will retain the content. Otherwise what happens, you will not be able to move to the next topic itself. You will get stuck there itself. Okay. When it comes to question, how this question we have to approach, that we have to discuss, that we shall discuss. But if you think that holistically I have to become an expert, then it will not be possible. Okay, it will not be possible. Next, subsequently we will be discussing some questions. So those questions, how to approach, we are not able to understand. That we shall think, we shall try to build a solution. Okay, build a solution. Okay. So consider the following statements. In January in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the landmass and the poleward while crossing the oceans. In January, the air over the oceans is warmer than that over the landmass in the northern hemisphere. See here, same question on isotherms, it has repeated. In 2024 also they have asked a question, in 2025 also they have asked a question. And prior to this, they have never asked a question, similar kind of question on isotherm. First time they asked a question, and if you have gone through the 2024 question paper, you should be able to answer the question of 2025. Okay, 2025. So here I should have included the image of, okay. Okay. Again, later on we shall discuss it once again, but for time being, just to connect to this question, I will be sharing two figures from NCERT itself. So in the month of January it is, okay, the month of January. Okay. So what's that question? Because I cannot see question simultaneously. What's the first option? In January, right? Okay. What we will do is first we shall go for 2024 question and then we shall come back to 2025 so that you will be able to connect. So how the, okay. So we'll discuss how it is possible to connect. Just a minute, I'll open that question. And okay, question number 18, right? Question number 18. Okay. So which of the following is the correct inferences from isothermal maps in the month of January? The isotherms deviate to the north over the ocean and to the south over the continent. The presence of cold ocean currents, Gulf Stream and North Atlantic drift make the North Atlantic Ocean colder and the isotherms bend towards the north. Okay, towards the north. So whatever is required to address this question, only to that extent we shall discuss from this topic. So first is, what are isotherms? What are isotherms? Okay. So line connecting what? Two places with the same temperature. Okay, same temperature. Now, if you look at these lines here, so this is a 20-degree isotherm. Because interpreting this figure itself is a very challenging. Okay, very challenging. This is a 20-degree isotherm. This is 10 degrees Celsius isotherm. Similarly, this is 0 degrees Celsius, minus 12.5, minus 20. So 20 degrees Celsius, 10 degrees Celsius, and so on. So this is equator. This is southern hemisphere. This is northern hemisphere. Okay, this is northern hemisphere. So next question that arises is why they all drawn these lines parallelly. They could have drawn like this also, right? The shapes are like this. They could have been like this. Vertical lines also. Why they are horizontal? Yes. Because temperature varies as one moves from equator towards the latitude. Temperature varies as one moves from equator towards the latitude. Then the lines should have been ideally, if this is the equator, as one moves from equator towards the poles, what happens? Temperature decreases. Then there should be parallel line. The line should have been parallel, right? Ideally, the line should have been parallel because as one moves from the equator towards the poles, what happens to temperature? Temperature decreases. Now, if I call it as line number 1, line number 2 and line number 3, whether line number 1 indicates high temperature or line number 2 indicates high temperature? Line number 1, because it is closer to the equator. Okay, so here if it is 20 degrees Celsius, next it should be 10 degrees Celsius, 5 degrees Celsius, and so on. Okay, and so on. From equator towards the poles, the temperature will go on decreasing, but the lines are not parallel. The lines are not parallel because for temperature along with the latitude, there are some other factors which will also influence. Okay, there are some other factors also which will influence. Now we will not be looking into all the factors. Now we are only interested to solve the question. Okay, solve the question. Now if you look at the question, what does it say? The isotherms deviate to the north over the ocean and to the south over the continent. Okay, now what is deviation? See here, this is a land mass. Here we are seeing land mass. Here water. Okay, water. Now from water to land mass, the line is moving towards the north or it is coming towards the equator? It is bending here like this. From water to land mass, it is moving towards equator. That is bending towards the first option. The isotherms deviate to the north over the ocean and to the south over the continent. So this is the continent, it is deviating towards the south. When it comes to ocean, it is deviating towards the north. By looking at the figure, can you come to a conclusion that the first statement is right? Okay, the first statement is right. So what is second statement? The presence of cold ocean currents, Gulf Stream and North Atlantic drift make the North Atlantic Ocean colder and the isotherms bend towards the north. So here itself they have given the reason as well. So just to search, I think I have not shared this. So somewhere if you are able to see, just let me know. Okay, here we have. In January, the isotherms deviate to the north over the ocean and south over the continent. This can be seen on the North Atlantic Ocean. The presence of warm ocean currents, warm ocean currents, Gulf Stream and North Atlantic drift make the Northern Atlantic Ocean warmer and isotherms bend towards the north. Isotherm bends towards the north. So now if you look at the second option, the presence of what they have mentioned? Cold ocean. But actually these are warm ocean. Which they have mentioned? They have mentioned about Gulf Stream. They have mentioned about North Atlantic
Ocean
drift. Okay. So because of these warm ocean currents, the isotherms bend towards the north. Okay, but here they are replaced. Where is the warm? Okay, this warm has been replaced by okay cold. Okay, the warm has been replaced by cold. Now, yes,
Northern Atlantic Ocean.
the presence of warm ocean currents, Gulf Stream and the North Atlantic drift makes the Northern Atlantic Ocean warmer.
Colder and azure.
Okay, here they have given colder. Okay, hence second option is wrong. Okay, second option is wrong. Now, next, why is the reason? Okay, what is the reason that the temperature is more and less here? Okay. So now, if you look at the isotherms, okay, if you look at the isotherms, okay, if you look at this line, if you look at this line of 10 degree, okay, 10 degree Celsius. Now, 10 degree Celsius, it is moving like this. What does it mean? Yes.
Land mass, temperature, ocean varies.
Yes. Temperature increase. Okay. So when it moves towards this, then what does it indicate? Means,
Temperature will be same.
temperature will be same.
Temperature will be maintained below.
Yes, that same temperature. See here. In this sense, we shall take. So let's take it as latitude. Okay, we should take it as latitude. Now let's assume this is a 20 degree north. Okay. Next 15 degree north. Next 5 degree north. Okay, 5 degree north. Okay. In the ocean, okay, if 10 degree Celsius is present at 20 degree north, in the ocean, if 10 degree Celsius temperature is present at 20 degree north, that 10 degree Celsius on the land mass, where it is present? On 5 degree. In this fashion we shall interpret. Okay, because these are all latitudes. So what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 20, 30, 40, 50, up to 90. So same 0 degree Celsius in the ocean, it is at 20 degree Celsius, 20 degree north latitude. But here let's assume this is 5 degree north latitude. It means whether oceans are warmer or land mass is warmer. Land mass is what temperature is more as compared to that of oceans. Okay. See, if you are getting confused, because here we need to have an understanding. Based on understanding, we will be able to answer. Okay. So here, this is equator 0 degree. So this point, I will take it as 10 degree north latitude. See, don't get confused with C and N. This is Celsius temperature. So this point, I will take it as 20 degree north latitude. Okay. So which ocean is this? Pacific Ocean. In the Pacific Ocean, as per this example, at 20, where is 10 degree Celsius isotherm present? At which latitude? 20 degree north latitude. Okay. So which is this continent? North America. In the North America land mass, so you just don't take this entire line, just you take this point. So in the North America, so the 10 degree isotherm is associated with which latitude? 10 degree north latitude. Okay, 10 degree north latitude. It means if you compare these 2 points, whether okay, so at both these points temperature is same. Okay, temperature is same. So 10 degree Celsius which is present here, the same 10 degree Celsius is present here. Hence we call it as isotherm. Okay, we call it as isotherm. Now, suppose at the same point itself, in the 10 degree north itself, in the North America, if the temperature was 10 degree Celsius, then this line would have been a straight line. This line would have been a straight line, but the line is not straight. The line is bent. It means when it is moving from ocean to what? Land mass, temperature increases or temperature decreases? Temperature increases. Okay, temperature increases. So again you have to go back and you have to complete this exercise, because at one go you will not understand. But once you understand, you will be able to answer the questions very confidently. If you have any kind of doubts, you can raise. Based on doubts, I can have a discussion. Okay. If you have any kind of doubts, you can raise. Based on the doubts itself, we can progress our discussion. Okay.
And land mass equator semi temperature increases.
Which one?
Land mass.
Okay.
Not
Huh.
temperature decrease. Bend but in temperature increase. increase ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ sir. ಆ equator ಸಮೀಪ ಐತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ temperature increase ಆಗುತ್ತೆ land body.
Okay, now that we'll discuss separately. Land, when it comes to land and water, there's a concept of specific heat. Okay, so what is specific heat? The specific heat of land and water. Which one will get heated faster and which one will gets heated in a slow manner? Lands, yes? Yes, land's specific heat is more or less? It's less. Okay, because with lesser amount of heat, land gets heated up. Okay, land gets heated up. Now, when it comes to water, okay, when it comes to water, in January, what kind of season it is? Whether it's a winter season or summer season? Okay, it's winter. Yes, January it's winter. Okay, January it's winter. Okay, so in January, what happens? So land gets, the temperature will be less. So who will see when it comes to specific heat of land? So it will acquire the heat also in a faster manner. Similarly, it will release it in a faster manner. But when it comes to water, okay, water specific heat is more. So it will get heated up very slowly. Similarly, when it comes to release of heat, it will release the heat slowly. Okay, it will release the heat slowly. Okay, it will release the heat slowly. So now if you take it this if you take these 2 points, okay, now here land at this point at 20-degree north latitude, so here land will have relatively more temperature than ocean or less temperature than ocean? No, on 20-degree north latitude I have taken a straight line. Okay, a straight line. At this point land will have what? More temperature or less temperature as compared to this point?
Less.
As compared to this point, north 20-degree north, here if the temperature is 10 degrees Celsius, okay, here if the temperature is 10 degrees Celsius, here temperature will be somewhere less. For example, it may be 3, 2 or 1 degree Celsius. It will be less. Why it will be less? Because it will warm up fast and also it will release the heat in a slower manner. But this point, it will release the heat in a faster manner. Okay, it will release the heat in a faster manner. Okay. Yes, single line, single latitude I have taken. No, not 10 degrees Celsius, 20-degree north latitude. No, just assumption, imaginary line. The line is like this.
Equal temperature land ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅದೇ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಇದ್ರಾಗ ವಾಟರ್ ದಾಗ ಅದೇ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಬರಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
Yes, so here latitude, that's what this temperature to have the same temperature, this will be the latitude, means at this latitude we have the temperature. But if I take this point, what will be the temperature here? Whether 10 degrees Celsius or lesser less than 10 degrees Celsius? Less than 10 degrees Celsius. This point will have less than 10 degrees Celsius. So if you want to get more temperature, then you have to move towards the north or you have to come towards the south. So now you are getting a not complete picture, or at least partial picture. From this we understand that as one moves from oceans towards the land, what happens? Isotherms will deviate towards the equator or deviate towards the south or towards the north? Towards the south. Now this should be uniformly true. See, even if you are not able to get complete picture also, you just compare anywhere. So here from water to land, so it is moving towards the south. Now here if you look here, from ocean towards the land, here also it is moving towards the south. Okay, moving towards the south. If you take any other, here we have continuous land, so we have to move from what? Ocean to. Now see here, if you look at this phenomena, okay, if you look at here, see here, it is moving from ocean to land, so it is it is moving towards south. Okay, moving towards south. Similarly, if you look at the southern hemisphere, okay,
northern hemisphere.
yeah, northern hemisphere.
Bending towards north, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ocean warm ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Bending towards
Isotherms in
bending towards north. That is in the ocean, it is bending towards the north. Yes.
an ocean
ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಐತಿ, ಹೌದು, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಇಸ್ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್. ಎಸ್.
ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಹೀಟ್ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Yes, what's your question here?
Ocean north bend ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
Ocean, it is bending towards north. Yes, it is going towards north.
ಅದು north bend ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಾವು ಒಂಥರ ಈಗ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ indicate ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Yes, it is
north bend ಆಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ
warm.
ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ south bend ಆಗೋದು cold.
Yes,
cold ತರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
if it is bending towards north, temperature is increasing. If it is bending towards south, temperature is decreasing. See here.
Sir, ocean ಕೇಳ್ದಾಗ
Ocean, that's correct. So,
ಅದು ಸೇಮ್ ಐಸೋಟರ್ಮ್ ಬೆಂಡ್ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಆಗೋದು ಆ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಐಸೋಟರ್ಮ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್.
no, it's not like warming or cooling.
Sir, it is
Already temperature exists. We are just connecting them.
sir, based on season, I think it will vary. Sir. Like
Yes, it will be
December,
based.
it is-
Yes, in not in December. Generally, we'll compare January and we'll compare it in July. Okay, we'll generally two comparisons we'll make, and this is very clearly visible only in the case of January, not in the month of July. Because if you look at the July month, okay, if you look at July month, so almost isotherms are more or less they are parallel. Too much of deviation does not exist. Okay, why too much of deviation does not exist? Because during July, what heating up will also take place, and also cooling effect will also take place. But in case of January, rather than heating, cooling will take place in which it has a very significant role to play. Okay, significant role to play. Okay, so when it comes to what this isotherm and all, we'll generally focus in the month of January. It varies on what season, but we'll focus on January. Okay, we'll focus on January. Yes.
When it moves towards the north, there is a rise in temperature, but it is not as fast as the land gets heated up. The rise in temperature is very less.
The rise in temperature.
It is going towards the bend towards the south to make it as isotherm.
Yes.
The bending to the north is not so rapid as it is bending towards the south, because lands gets heated up fastly. Because specific it is more.
Yes. So and also rather than getting heated, and also at the same time it will lose its temperature as well. Okay, lose its temperature as well. Okay. Now see, because of these isotherms, temperature is not getting changed. Temperature, they just exist. We are connecting those lines. That's it. Okay. Temperatures already see here. Now isotherms, we are not moving it. So we'll measure the temperature of different. So first I'll measure the temperature of this area. I'll get what? 10 degrees Celsius. Okay, 10 degrees Celsius. Next, I will measure an temperature of this area. So how it is, how the isotherms are being drawn is, first I will take the temperature at a different point on the earth. Okay, on the earth. For example, at 20 degree north latitude. Okay, north latitude, and also which point we shall take? 20 degree north and some 80 degree east. Okay, 80 degree east. Somewhere at this point we have what? 10 degrees Celsius. So 10 degrees Celsius. So of the different points, first we'll calculate the temperature. We'll first calculate the temperature. After calculating the temperature, what we'll do? We'll just plot those points. After plotting those points, we are just joining those points. That's it. Because what is isotherm? Points joining what? Different places with the same temperature. Okay, same temperature. That is isotherm. So based on isotherm, temperature will not change. Temperature changes are already taken place. We are just joining those dots. Now we are trying to understand why the temperature changes. Okay, why the temperature changes. So differential heating of what? Land and water. Okay, land and water. Now see here, when it comes to equator towards the poles, when we move in this direction, so what happens to temperature? Temperature goes on, means generally gradually should decrease, but it's not exactly parallel. Okay, it's not exactly parallel because of land and water. So here in winter season, what happens? Let's assume land has also acquired heat. So land's heat, let's assume it is 20 degrees Celsius. Okay, 20 degrees Celsius. Or what will do? 10 degrees Celsius. Water has also been heated to 10 degrees Celsius. Now during night time, when it comes to cooling, so water will lose its temperature, land will also lose its temperature. Okay, heat will be reduced. Now the faster heat reduction will take place on land or on water? Land. So if from 10 degrees Celsius, if the water's temperature gets reduced to, let's assume, 8 degrees Celsius, but on land the temperature will suddenly fall to 2 degrees Celsius. Okay, 2 degree Celsius. Okay, 2 degree Celsius. Now
ಸೌತ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ,
yes,
ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಲೈನ್ ಸೌತ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು.
okay, now if we take this example itself, okay, at night it will be 10 degrees Celsius, during daytime heating is 10 degrees Celsius, and here also 10 degrees Celsius. During night temperature loss will take place. Okay, temperature loss will happen in a faster manner on land, whereas in ocean slowly it will be 8 degrees Celsius, let's assume. Now
ಲೈನ್ ಓಷನ್ ದಾಗ ಸೌತ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಕಡೆ.
see, we shall take a straight line. We shall take what? Just two imaginary true straight lines. Okay, so this is land mass, this is ocean. Okay, this is land mass, this is ocean, this is land mass, this is ocean. Okay, this ocean. So during daytime, let's assume, so both these points have been heated to 20 degrees Celsius and 20 degrees Celsius, both these points. Now these 2 points, they will be heated to 10 degrees Celsius and 10 degrees Celsius. See, why I have taken lesser temperature? Because as we move from equator towards the poles, the temperature goes on reducing. During night time, what happens? This temperature will fall. Let's assume it will fall to 15 degrees Celsius. This temperature will also fall.
10.
Okay, let's assume it will come down to somewhere around
8 to 10.
5 degrees Celsius. Okay, 5 degrees Celsius. Okay, 5 degrees Celsius. Now this temperature will also fall. It will come to what? 9 degrees Celsius. This temperature will fall to, let's assume, somewhere around 2 degrees Celsius, just imaginary. Now similarly, you will see, you will take some all the average of temperature and all. Now if you look at 20 this 5 degrees Celsius, okay, this 5 degrees Celsius, so get confused. Yes. Are you able to connect any things here?
ಸರ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಡೇ ನೈಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಹಂಗೆ ಜನರಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
They are asked in a very general fashion. Okay, by just looking at the figure, we'll be able to answer also. But next, we need to know that because in 2025, no, they asked the logic behind it. In 2024 question, they are just focused on this. But in 2025 question, they asked a logic. Okay.
In second option, sir, with respect to cold ocean currents, they have mentioned, sir. So any cold ocean currents, they play a role for the change in isotherms.
No, that is also correct. See, we have already got the answer. By looking at this figure and the content, we have the answer. But in 2025, if you check the question, look at the second option, what they have given.
In January,
Yes.
the air over the oceans is warmer than that of over the land masses in the northern hemisphere.
The air over the
The air over the ocean is
warmer.
than that of the land masses.
Okay, land masses. Okay, land masses. That is also correct. We know it, but we should be able to demonstrate it on here by using some examples.
ಸರಿ, ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಸರ್, ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಬೇಗ ರೈಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಸೌತ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಓಷನ್ದಾಗ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಸ್ಲೋ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Yes.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಟು ಓಷನ್ ಮೂವ್ ಹೋಗುವಂತಾಗ ನಮ್ದು ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಬರ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ 10 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್ ಸರ್. ಆ 10 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ದಾಗ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಸರ್. ಅದನ್ನ ಸೇಮ್ 10 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್ ನಾವು ಓಷನ್ದಾಗ ಹೋದಾಗ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಹಳ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 20 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
Yes.
ಸರ್ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಮ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಸೌತ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತಂದಾಗ ಸರ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಸರ್ ಅದೇ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಲೈನ್. ಅದ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ತಳಗ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಗನೆ ಕರ್ಗೋದು ಯಾವ ಸರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದಾಗಿಂತ ತಂಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
Yes.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಓಷನ್ ಇಂದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಬರೋ ಮುಂದಾಗ ಸೌತ್ ಸೈಡ್
Yes, that is the correct explanation.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರೈಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Yes, okay, that is the correct. But just using examples, we are not able to connect here. Okay, so we got to know that land will what lose its temperature in a faster manner. Okay, land will lose its temperature in a faster manner. Okay.
ಈ ಲೈನ್ ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
No, from we are able to answer that question. Answering that question is not difficult. We will be able to answer. But if you go behind it logic in 2025, the second option is there, right? What is the second option?
ಅದ್ರ ಸರ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
What second option? The temperature over the
ಏರ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಓಷನ್
air over the ocean is warmer.
that of mass land mass over the land.
Okay, over the land masses. So what is the reason? Okay, why? Because differential heating of land and water. Okay, land and water. But now that concept, if you want to connect it to these lines, how you will connect? I want that connection. The second statement also, it's very, because we have seen whenever temperature of a particular place increases, what happens to the air above it? Obviously temperature will increase, pressure will decrease. Okay, all those things we have seen. Now, sorry, when the temperature increases, what happens to pressure?
ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Pressure will decrease. Okay, pressure will decrease. But again, we are not interested here in pressure. We are looking at the temperature itself. Right? When land gets heated up, what happens to the temperature of the air above it? Temperature will increase. Okay, temperature will increase. Now, ocean temperature, if it increases, what about the air mass which exists above the ocean? Temperature also increases. Okay, during night time, okay, when cooling will start taking place, so temperature sudden reduction will take place on land, on the air mass which is present above land or above water. Above land. So it means during night time, so the temperature on the surface of the land mass in the air above the land mass will be less. Okay, as compared to that of air mass which exists on top of the ocean water. Okay, that too in which season?
January.
In January. Okay, so that we have understood. But how we'll connect to these two lines, these things here? That I was trying to connect here.
ಸರ್ ಅದು ಒಂದ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಡೇ ಅಂತ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ನೈಟ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್.
Okay.
ಒಂದ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಹಂಗ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಲಾಂಜಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ವೇರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಂತ ಅದ ಒಂದ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ವೇರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅದಾಗ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್.
Temperature.
ವೇರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವತ್ತು ಅದ್ರ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಸರ್. ಅವಾಗ ನೀವು ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಈಗ 20 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ 10 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಅದ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅದ ಸರ್. ವಿತ್ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ವೇರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಡೇ ಮತ್ತು ನೈಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಸರ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಡಿಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಸರ್ ಈ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ನಾಗ ಸರ್ ಓವರ್ ಓಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾರ್ಮರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫ್ರೀಸ್ ಮತ್ತು
Which option?
ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್
We are, see, when it comes to 2024, what is the answer? Only one is the answer. Okay, only one is the answer. When it comes to 2025, which is the question number? 7th. In January, in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the land masses, and poleward while crossing the oceans. True or false? Okay, the isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the landmass. Okay, while crossing the landmass means when they encounter landmass, right? So they will move towards the equator, and poleward while crossing the oceans. Okay, oceans. In January, the air over the oceans is warmer than that over the landmass in the northern hemisphere. Okay, that is also correct. In January, the air over the oceans, okay, the air over the oceans is warmer than that over the land masses in the northern hemisphere. Okay, now it comes to warmer and cold. So whether it is a specific day temperature they are taking or average temperature that they are taking, that we have to focus.
January after winter
Sir, winter
solstice
season.
Yes. Huh.
So winter comes to land.
So overall average temperature means the overall average temperature of the winter season. Okay, then we have to consider from that perspective itself. So overall average temperature of the winter season. Okay, average winter what?
Sir, here on landmass 10 degrees Celsius we can get at lower point, sir. But if you say the same one, sir, it is at the top point, sir.
At the top
So
point.
we can get to know that on ocean usually there is a warm So 10 degrees Celsius we can get at top. So
Yes, yes, that
above
is,
the ocean there will be dry.
you are right. Okay, so that's what we are saying here. So here in land mass, 10 degrees Celsius will be closer to the equator or farther away from the equator.
Closer to the
sir.
Yes,
Land is like
closer to the equator. 10 degrees Celsius on oceans.
towards poles.
towards far
Closer
from
towards
the
poles.
equator, sir. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ far away, sir. ದೂರ sir. Oceans ಮೇಲೆ.
ಅವೆರಡು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್
Yes.
ಈಗ ಎರಡು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಈಗ
Uh,
ಕ್ಲೋಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅವೇ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸರ್ ಅದು ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ
yes, yes, yes. Okay. So now if you look at this example here, so this point is what? Closer to
Sir, land gets colder faster, sir.
faster.
But ocean will take late, sir.
Ocean will take some
Late
time.
time, sir.
Okay. So now if you look at this point, it is here. Okay, it is here. So it's January itself, right? Okay. If we take this point here, so this is also 10 degrees Celsius. This is also 10 degrees Celsius. On the land, the 10 degrees Celsius point is closer to equator. On the ocean, the 10 degrees Celsius is
Far away from.
far away from equator. So what does it mean? Even though it is far away from the equator, still it has 10 degrees Celsius because it has been able to retain the heat for a longer period of time. Okay. Why it is able to retain the heat for a longer period of time? Specific heat of water. So here it is near to equator. Okay, near to equator. Because if it was far from the equator, what would it would have meant? It means it has also retained the heat for a longer period of time. But here it has come closer to equator. It means it could not retain the temperature for longer period of time. It has retained the temperature for a what? Shorter period of time. Hence, this is close to equator. Okay. Can all of you again just connect once again, because you should become perfect. Already in 2024 they asked a question. In 2025 also the same question, almost similar question they asked. But we were unable to connect these lines. Okay, these lines. Now if we make a right interpretation, then if a similar kind of question appears in the next year, then we should be able to what? Connect it in a faster manner. Okay, in a correct manner. Okay.
ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಹೀಟ್ ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
Which one?
ಈಗ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ಟದಾಗ ಸರ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದಾಗ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ತೋದ್ರೆ ಸರ್
Ha.
ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಆದಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಗ 0 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಓಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್
Ha. The land and cold. We have what temperature we are taking? Whether we are taking the temperature of a particular day, particular time, or average of a day, or average of the season.
January and February.
Okay, probably January means which is the entire January average. Entire January average. Okay, then if we take entire January average, it may be what day or night average temperature if we take. Okay, the average temperature. So here we shall just connect it once again. Here we have 20 degrees Celsius. Here we have 20 degrees Celsius. But if you look at these 2 points, so which is farther? So if I take this point as A, if I take this point as B, so which is farther away from the equator? Ocean. Okay, so why this is farther away from the ocean and it is close to ocean? Sorry, not ocean, equator. It is closer to equator, it is farther away from equator. Why? Because this point B, it has not lost the heat. Okay, as point A has lost, average. Okay, average. So here the average temperature in the month of January is less. The average temperature in the month of January is more. See here, average temperature in the month of January at point B is more. The average temperature in the month of January at point A is less. So either it may be what coming of new heat or loss of heat. If you take all the average, okay, all the average in A is less and the average at B is more for the entire January month. So why it is more? Why it is less? It is more here because specific heat of water is more. It takes more time to heat and also it will take more time to lose. But here, because of the winter season, it will heat up. But because of the winter season, it will also lose the temperature in a very faster manner. Okay, in a very faster manner. So if land also had a specific heat as that of water, then what would have taken place? This 10 degrees Celsius it would have existed somewhere here. Okay, okay, parallelly it would have come. Now the land, it has lost heat in a faster manner, so hence it is close to the equator and hence it is farther away from the what? Equator. So whether it's a right logic that we are connecting?
ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಬೇಗನೆ ಲೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಅದು
No.
ಕಡೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ temperature. ಈ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಕನ್ಸಪ್ಷನ್
ಹಾ.
ಅದು ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. 8 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ನಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಒಂದೇ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ
ಆ ಒಂದೇ
ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅಂತ
Sir, in January we should take it as cold, sir. Based on cold, we need to take the perspective. If you change means definitely it will change.
January?
January month we should consider as winter, so it will be cold, sir.
Okay.
So based on coldness, we need to change it.
ಸರ್ ಒಂದೇ ಐಸೋಟೋನ್ ಅದು ಸೌತ್ ಕಡೆ ಬೆಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ರೀಜನ್ ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ.
We have taken 20 degrees Celsius itself here. Okay. So is what you are trying to say?
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓಷನ್ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಕಡೆ ಬೆಂಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
Yes, it is bending towards the north. Yes.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೇನು ಇಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಹೋಮ್ ಐತೆ.
Yes, warm. This air temperature is warm. Air temperature is warm. Why this air temperature is warm?
Because the ocean is
Because it is taking time, sir, to cold. To become cold, it is taking time, sir.
No, we are not speaking about now heat and now what we did is we came to a conclusion of the average temperature of January.
ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಲೆಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ದಾಗ ಆ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ದಾಗ
No. At this point in the January month, average temperature is
20 degrees Celsius.
20 degrees Celsius. At this point in the January month, average temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. But on the land mass, in the January month, the average temperature of 20 degrees Celsius is present at this place. In the January month, the average temperature of 10 degrees Celsius is present at this place. In the January month, the average temperature of 10 degrees Celsius is present at this place. In the January month, the average temperature of 0 degrees Celsius is present at this place. In the January month, the average temperature of 0 degrees Celsius on the oceans is present at this place or this place, any other place you can take. Okay. In the January month, minus 12.5 degrees Celsius. At this point, it is located here. In the same January month, the average temperature of minus 12.5 degrees Celsius is located here. Okay. Already they have given about the temperature. Okay. Already they have given about the temperature and which month also. Okay. Which month also. Now, we have just connected. These are called as isotherms. Okay. These are called as isotherms. So, what is the reason? That reason we are getting stuck. The reason what we have seen, that is the specific heat of water is more than land. Okay, more than land. So heat, water will have average more temperature, land will have average less temperature. Okay, less temperature.
Because of presence of ocean, warm ocean current.
Okay, see, there is ocean. In 2024 they have focused on one factor called as ocean current. In 2025 they have focused on another factor called as specific heat of what? Land and water mass. In 2024 they have focused on a factor called as ocean current. In 2025 they have focused on a factor called as what? Differential heating of land mass and
ಓಷನ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ತಗೋಬಹುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಇಂದ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮೇಲಿರೋ ಏರ್ ಸೈಡ್
see that is in book itself they are explicitly given. Whenever there is a warm ocean current, so the corresponding temperature air mass, the temperature of the air mass will be, it will be warm. The corresponding air mass above that ocean current also it will be warm. Okay, and also it has been clearly given here. So this can be seen, the presence of warm ocean currents, Gulf Stream, North Atlantic Drift, make the northern Atlantic Ocean warmer and the isotherms deviate towards the what? North. So here in this question there means content is at least based on content, even if you have not understood also you can mark it. But in 2025 the question is there, right? So whether what is the answer? We have not seen the answer itself. What is the answer? Just check it once. Both 1 and 2, and 2 is the correct explanation for 1.
Yes.
Okay. So here we are stuck because here the explanation they are not given, and we know that what? What we know? We know that differential heating of land and water. So land will get heated up fast and also lose its heat in a faster manner. So water it slowly gets heated up and it will lose its heat slowly. Okay, these things we know. Now based on that we should connect here. So that second option in the 2025 question. So that the background we have to understand. So here we can just if a similar kind of question it appears we'll be able to answer. But how we should connect interpret these lines, that is a challenge.
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಕತ್ತಾರ ಸರ್
specific heat salvagi the phenomena taken.
Yes, phenomena taken. Then how we should connect that phenomena to these lines? What are these lines?
The second option is
In winter, water act as a heat reservoirs. In winter, oceans, water act as a heat reservoirs.
Heat
Reservoirs.
reservoir. Okay. Anyhow, we'll stop here. Okay. What happens is, no doubt, a question has appeared. We'll prepare again. I too will look into it. But what happens is, we'll get stuck. One question will make our entire preparation make it stuck there itself. So that we will not do. So not only in this question, again in some other questions where conceptual understanding is required. See, factual very easily we will find out. Okay, which are the places through which Andes passes through, equator passes through, easily we can find out. But here when it comes to concept, it requires an understanding. Okay, it requires an understanding, and we are not being able to completely conclude it here. So we know how to answer a question, but what is the exact reason? And in the option they have given the second option, they asked for a reason. So why that option, that reason is correct? Specific heat they have given, but that those specific heat and these lines. So again, a proper interpretation is required. So what you do, you to just go through the content. I too will try to find out what exactly is the relationship between that specific heat and these lines, and we shall have a discussion probably in the next class or some other class. But we will not stagnate our preparation because of this question. Okay, but this question is important. Why? Because 24 and 25 continuously they ask question. And in 24 question directly you can answer the question based on the NCERT content, but in 25 question you cannot answer the question based on the NCERT content. Only first option you can answer, it is correct, but the second option you cannot come to a conclusion based on the content which is present here. Okay, so it means some extra information means we need to have proper understanding of these things. So again we shall have a discussion, okay, in the next class. Okay, we shall look into it.
Question like sir, sadana hakiru adana same ಪದ್ಧತಿ sir.
ಈ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ರ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡು. ಯಾಕೆ ಪಾತಾರ ತಲೆ ಕೆಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೈತಿ. ಏನ್ರಿ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದೋದೇ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳತ್ರಿ. Or try ಮಾಡಿ actually when you go back you just try to connect different things. We have discussed so many things: sea surface temperature, ocean mean temperature, we have discussed. But here we have to connect many things. When they say the January temperature, the numbers, whether it's the average of daily temperature or average of January, okay, and why, what is that actually drift towards the north and south, what does it indicate, and what is the relationship between the differential heating of land and water. So only when we get a inspiring solution, means when we get a holistic picture, then we'll be able to connect it. Now yes, if same question repeats, we know how to answer it based on the figures. If we memorize few things, we'll answer it, but based on understanding how we are expected to answer a question if a similar kind of question appears in the next year. Okay, I too will go through it, you too just try to go through the content, otherwise you just don't go, because you don't have that luxury of time. Sometimes I may have some time, but now you have to focus on the next topic. We will not get stuck there itself. Okay. So in the context of effect of water on rocks, chalk is known as a very permeable rock, whereas clay is known as quite an impermeable or least permeable rock. So chalk is porous and hence can absorb water. Clay is not at all porous. Okay, which of the following is correct in respect of the above statements? Okay, so here probably I have compiled, or again I'll check once again, I'll compile also. Now here we'll not focus only on chalk and clay, we'll focus on other types of different stones as well. Will you be able to recall few kind of stones? Okay,
Limestone.
okay, we can focus on limestone. Next, yes, sandstone. Okay, the famous example is sandstone, soapstone. Next, okay, for example, what? No, common examples which we generally find. Now clay is a very common example, chalk is a very common example, similarly sandstone is a very common example. Okay, granite, so it's a kind of stone. Marbles, that can be mentioned, so marble can be an example. So probably I have compiled, somewhere I remember that I have compiled this content. No, what we'll do is we'll search for all of them. For all of these different kind of stones, what we'll do is there is a difference between what very permeable, whereas okay, okay, porous and permeability. So these are the two things we'll focus. Okay, so what is porous? Okay, so gap. So if it is a rock here, the small gaps which we have, we call them as pores. So next question is, all the rocks which are porous, are they permeable? So porous and permeability, these are two things. Okay, now see here, we have pores here. If the pores are internally connected, then water can flow from one pore to another pore and it can flow. That is called as permeability. Okay, permeability. Now the question is, the rocks which have pores, whether they are also permeable? That you have to search. Okay, that we have to search. Whether rocks which are permeable, okay, rocks which are porous, are they permeable? So what you will do is, you will find at least for these few rocks, which are porous and which are permeable. Rocks which are porous but not permeable. Okay, the reverse will not be there. Okay, no pores but permeable. Such things do not exist. If they are porous, then either they can be permeable or they can be impermeable. The rocks which are highly permeable. Okay, now when it comes to, for example, aquifers and all. So within the ground, okay, so we have some water. So for the storage of the water, we require aquifers. So which kind of rock is considered as a proper aquifer? That you again search whether limestone is a proper aquifer, whether sandstone is a proper aquifer. Okay, in that fashion we'll prepare. Means already this question is over. See, first time such kind of questions are asked, and based purely on NCERT, you will not be able to answer this question. Based purely on NCERT, you will not be able to answer this question. Okay, and this question is a geography related question. So now, in the context of effect of water on rocks, chalk is known as a permeable. Okay, statement 2. Okay, so see here, already this statement 1 is right. They just asked whether 2 is right and it explains statement 1, whether 3 is right and it explains statement 1.
Sir, but explicitly they are not, means implicitly we can't tell that statement 1 is correct. If we see the option D, sir,
okay,
either statement 2 or not statement 3 is correct.
Yes, neither statement 2 and not statement 3 is correct.
Maybe statement 1 also may be wrong.
But nowhere here, both statement, if you look at the option here, both statements 2 and 3 are correct and both of them explain statement 1. Both statement 2 and 3 are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. Only one of the statements 2 and 3 is correct and that explains statement 1. Neither statement 2 nor statement 3 is correct.
Sir, but according to D, we can also think that statement 1 will be incorrect.
See, if you look at all such kind of questions, see, these questions are not appeared in 2024. First time in 2025 they have introduced this question. Okay, 24 there existed such kind of questions? Probably no. In 25 they have introduced, but nowhere there is a point indicating that 1 is false. And if you look at the other similar kind of questions which have appeared in 2025, in none of those questions, in similar kind of questions, in none of those questions, statement 1 is wrong. In none of those questions, statement 1 is wrong. Okay, anyhow, that will not make a difference, because if there was an option called as 1 is wrong, 2 and 3 are correct, then we would have thought of first option. Okay, but there is no such option. Okay, there is no such option. So here 1 is correct. Now we have to check whether 2 is right or wrong. So chalk is porous and hence can absorb water. So now it is porous, okay, correct, and hence can absorb water, it is also correct. Okay, it can, because it is porous, it can hold the water. Okay, next, whether chalk is porous and hence absorb water in the context of effect of water on rocks. Chalk is known as very permeable rock, whereas clay, see here, to call chalk a permeable rock, should it be porous? Okay, should it be porous? So basic requirement is porous. Whether all porous rocks are permeable? Okay, no, that we shall search. Okay, whether all porous rocks are permeable, or are there any porous rocks which are not permeable? Okay, which are not permeable. Whereas clay is known as quite a impermeable or least permeable rock. So what does it mean? So clay, it does not have any pores. Okay, it has pores, but no, if it has pores, it will absorb water also. It will hold water also, but it will not allow the water to flow through it, because internally the pores have to be connected to one another. That flowing of water is not possible. It will hold water, but water cannot flow. Okay, water cannot flow. So here, what's the answer? Clay is not at all porous, false. See, if you look at all the rocks, if you take it any kind of rocks, all the rocks are generally, they are porous. Even a small pore, definitely it exists. But when it comes to permeability, okay, so we have to search which rock is highly permeable, which rock is least permeable, which rock is what completely it's impermeable. Okay, so that we have to prepare. So here already they asked a question. So this answer also we know. What's the answer here? I think this is wrong. Clay is not at all porous. This is false. So both statement, sorry, only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. Which is that statement? Second statement. Okay, second statement. Because the third statement is wrong. Clay is not at all porous. Clay rocks are that they are porous. Now similarly, you will do this exercise for which all rocks? Limestone, sandstone, and any other important stones which we have heard frequently. Okay, which we have heard frequently. Okay, frequently. Okay, see a different kind of question, but the pattern it repeats. If you look at the previous year, all the questions, they have never asked such kind of question. In geography, they have never asked such kind of question. Okay, first time they asked a question, and this trend they are going to retain. Okay, they are going to retain. So what we shall do, keeping this trend in our mind, we shall prepare accordingly. We shall make a list of all the rocks, and for all the rocks, what we will do, whether they have pores or not, and next whether they are permeable or not. And also on top of that, we will find the highest permeable rock. Okay, highest permeable rock, and which kind of rock is considered as a good aquifer. Okay, which type of rock is considered as a good aquifer. So all these things we shall focus. Okay, so very important question. Very important. So with this last question, we shall conclude today's class. So without the atmosphere, temperature would be well below freezing point everywhere on the Earth's surface. Heat absorbed and trapped by the atmosphere maintains our planet's average temperature. Atmosphere's gases like carbon dioxide are particularly good at absorbing and trapping radiation. Okay, so what's the answer? 1, 2 and 3. So why 1 is correct? Without the atmosphere, temperature would be below freezing point everywhere on the Earth's surface.
Because the atmosphere is it doesn't re-emit the
Yes. It does not re-emit?
if atmosphere is not present.
No. If atmosphere is present, see, the sun's rays will fall on the Earth's surface. Now greenhouse gases will trap the what heat? Which heat? The outgoing radiation or incoming radiation? Outgoing radiation. So obviously it will fall on the Earth, and while returning back, if there was no atmosphere, then what would have happened? There would have been no absorption of the heat. Okay, all the sun rays which fall on the Earth, especially visible light which heats, so it will go back. So when it goes back, so no heat trapping will take place. So during daytime it is okay, temperature will be high, but during night time it will be freezing cold. Okay, freezing cold. So absorb and trap temperature would be well below the freezing point everywhere on the Earth's surface. So whether the statement appears very extreme everywhere on the Earth's surface. During daytime, the temperature can be high, right? It can be 20, 30, 40 degrees Celsius. Then freezing point everywhere on the Earth's surface, whether can we consider it as wrong?
Like if there are no gas heat and
See, I am speaking about night time. Okay, night time, what happens? Whatever the heat has come, it has already went back. So there is no heat on Earth left. Now temperature will go to below 0 degrees Celsius, below freezing point. Okay, but during daytime, obviously there will be some heat which will be coming. Okay, so whether the first statement is right or wrong. Okay, see again these kind of questions will arise. Okay, but we shall not raise such kind of complex questions. Here, without the atmosphere, temperature would be well below the freezing point everywhere on the Earth's surface at all the time.
False.
That will be false, because during daytime it will not be below the freezing point. At night time it will be below the freezing point. But if you look at the day temperature and average night temperature, and when you make the average, so as per some international studies, okay, it will be somewhere close to minus 18 degrees Celsius. Okay, so here you should not get confused like day and night temperature, average temperature. Okay, average temperature of day and night. If there was no atmosphere, then the average temperature would be minus 18 degrees Celsius according to some studies. Okay, according to some studies. So first statement is right, because what happens when initially we don't have any kind of knowledge, so at the superficial, with the superficial information we'll answer. But when we get to gain too much of knowledge, what happens? They'll start interfering. So we'll start thinking too much. So that too much thought process should not go here. Okay, it should not go here. So it's the average temperature. Okay, average temperature including day and night. So as per some studies, it is minus 18 degrees Celsius. So the first statement is right. Okay, so everywhere on the Earth's surface, yes. At all the time, no. Heat absorbed and trapped by the atmosphere maintains our planet's average temperature. Okay. So here, what is the difference between absorbed and what is trapped? What is absorbed? Absorbed andre maintain. Trapped andre? Yes. So trap means it will not allow it to get back into the atmosphere. So absorb means absorb. Okay. So which is absorbed and which is trapped? If you look at the atmosphere, which radiation is absorbed and which radiation is trapped?
Insulation is absorbed.
Insulation is absorbed completely.
Absorbed.
Insulation, see, when it comes to insulation, there are different frequencies of radiations present or wavelengths of radiation. Which one will be absorbed?
Short wave.
Now, if you look at ozone, whether ozone is part of the atmosphere? Ozone is part of the atmosphere? Okay. So, what it will absorb? It will what? Absorb UV or it will trap UV? Trap? No. It will absorb ultraviolet radiation and it will allow the what visible light to come to the earth. Okay, allow the visible light to come to the earth. Okay, so after the visible light hits the earth, okay, now the earth will become warm. It will start radiating. Okay, what kind of waves? Long wave or short wave? Long wave. So that long wave will be trapped. Okay, trapped by the atmosphere. Atmosphere's gases like carbon dioxide are particularly good at absorbing and trapping radiation. Okay, so greenhouse gases are particularly good at what? Absorbing and trapping radiation. Okay, so here the answer is all the three, but unnecessarily they have created confusions. Okay, if directly see, already they asked about the greenhouse gases, you all know it. All the 6 greenhouse gases as per the UNFCCC framework, you know. Okay, next global warming potential, you know. Which one will stay in the atmosphere for a longer period of time, you know. Okay, there are many things which you have prepared, but here it's slightly different. They have twisted it. Okay, they have twisted it, and sometimes because of overthinking, we may end up marking a wrong choice. Okay, because this may appear extreme, we may eliminate one. After eliminating one, we will get 2 and 3. So there are chances. So when it comes to environment questions, previous year questions repeatedly we'll see. So we'll understand the exam's demand and accordingly we'll mark. Okay, we'll mark. Okay, it's just based on understanding. No standard book. Any book can give you a what? Standard solution. Okay, standard solution. So based on the general understanding, we should be able to what? Answer these questions. Okay, answer these questions. So we'll stop here itself. So we are not able to cover significant because we were stuck at isotherm. Now we will not get stuck at isotherm. We will keep that question. So if I am able to go through that content, I will go through that content, and if I am convinced, then we shall have a discussion. Otherwise, we will skip that part, and tomorrow we shall move with the next part. Okay, because we need to move in a faster manner. After spending 2 hours, if we are only able to cover 9 questions, it means we are wasting our time significantly. Okay, very precious time is being wasted. So this will not do it. Okay, so you just leave about isotherm. All the other things which you have covered, at least you become perfect with it. Okay, when it comes to mountain ranges and next few other things that we discussed. Which are other things? Lakes. Okay, so at least that also information I think I have compiled. So if I have compiled, I will share it with you. Otherwise, just keeping those aspects in mind, you just prepare. Okay, so we'll stop here itself. ಆ ಲೈಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ. ಇದೊಂದೇ ಇರಲಿ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಸುತ್ತ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು.
ಒಂದ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ,
ಹೌದು.
ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೆನೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಸರ್, ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳತ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
ಹೌದು
ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇನಂದ್ರಿ ಆ ಲೈನ್ ಜಾಯಿನಿಂಗ್ ಡಾಟ್ಸ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್.
ಹೌದು, ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್ ಹೌದು, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
So that line is varying according to latitude, isn't it? So at same latitude there's no same temperature.
ಹೌದು, ನೋ 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 ಸೇಮ್ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ನೋ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್. ಓಕೆ, ಹೌದು, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
At a point of latitude ನಾವು ಒಂದರಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. So at every degree of latitude ದಾಗ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗೋದು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಎಸ್,
So with the rise in latitude there is a
ಚೇಂಜ್ ಹೌದು, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಸದರ್ನ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ
ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
But it's only difference in based on the ocean currents.
Ocean currents as well as other factors. Other factors, geographical factors, correct.
Southern part naga idu southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. Southern hemisphere naga due to low land mass irodakku they are straight. Northern hemisphere they have white space due to temperature gradient. Temperature gradient irodrinda white space ಅದಾವು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾರ್ದನ್ ಹೆಮಿಸ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಒಳಗೆ. ನಾರ್ದನ್ ಹೆಮಿಸ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಒಂದು ರೀಸನ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ ಭಾಳ ಐತಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆವಿಯೇಷನ್ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಇವಾಗ. ಸದರ್ನ್ ಹೆಮಿಸ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಡೆವಿಯೇಷನ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಕಾಣಂಗಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅದರ ಲೆಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ ಐತಿ. ಹೌದು, ಅದೊಂದು ಹೌದು. ಮತ್ತೆ
ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೈ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ದೆನ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೆಸ್.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೈ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್.
ಹಾ,
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗ್ರಾಜುವಲ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಲೋ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಗ್ರಾಜುವಲ್ ಆದ ಹೆಂಗ, ಇದು ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆದ ಹೆಂಗ ಸ್ಪೇಸಿಂಗ್ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ನೋಡ್ರಲ್ಲ.
ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ದೊಡ್ಡದಂದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ದೇರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ನಿಜ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಮಾಡತ್ರ ಅಷ್ಟ. ಆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬತ್ತು, ಈ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬತ್ತು, ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂತ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ?
ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು.
ಸಡನ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ಬಹಳ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತತಿ.
ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಅದಾವ,
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಹೌದು,
ಬಟ್ ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ವೈಡ್ ಅದಾವ. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡ್ಯೂ ಟು
ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಅಸ್ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್.
ಹೌದು.
ಒಂದಾದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜಾಗ್ರಫಿಕ್ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡೆ
ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತಲೇ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಲುಕ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಇಟ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಡಿಕೋಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ.
ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ನಾ ಎಂತ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಹೊಡಿತಲ್ಲ, ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್ ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಒಂದೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಟೂ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹಿಂಗೊಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು
ಹಾ
ಅದು ನೋಡಿ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ.
ಹಾ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವು 3 ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬರ್ತವೆ ನಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರ ನಿಮಿಷ
3
ಕಾಪಿ
ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಸಾಲ್ಸ್ಟೈಸ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ಟ್ರೇಡ್ ವಿಂಡ್ ಸಾಲ್ಸ್ಟೈಸ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೋದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವೇ ಹೇಳಬಾರ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸತಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಅನ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಂಗೆ ಕ್ಯೂನಾಕ್ಸ್ 23 ಮೇ ಜೂನ್ ನನಗೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಸುಮ್ ಕಳ್ಸಿನ್ರಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ದಾಗ
ಅದ್ರ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇದ್ರ ಕಳ್ಸ್ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ನಂಗೆ
ಅದ್ರ ವಿಡಿಯೋ
ಹಳೇದಿದ್ರು ಚಿಂತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಅದ
ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಯಪ್ಪ
ಅದೇನೋ ಮನಿಟರ್
ಓಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಲ್ಸ್ಟೈಸ್ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಾಲ್ಸ್ಟೈಸ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ 6 10
ಸಾಲ್ಸ್ಟೈಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ 6 ಬರ್ತದೆ ಸಾಲ್ಸ್ಟೈಸ್ ಐತ್ರಲ್ಲ
ಸಾಲ್ಸ್ಟೈಸ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ರಿ ಟ್ರೇಡ್ ವಿಂಡ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅದು
ಅದು ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಬಹುಶಃ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಇರ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅದು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ನೀವ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಮೂಗ್ಯಾಗ ಬಂತ್ರಿ
ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ್ರಿ
ನೀವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋದ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ.
ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ಐತ್ರಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ.
ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಬಸ್ನಾಗ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಿ?
ಬಸ್ನಾಗ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಹೌದಾ ಜಲ್ದಿ ಬರ್ರಿ ಊರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅದ ಮದುವೆ ಕರೀತದ ನಾ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲಂತೇನೆ.
ಹೌದು ಮದುವೆ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮದುವೆ ಯಾವ ಟೈಮ್ನಾಗ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರ ಅವ್ರು.
ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಪ್ಯಾಶ್ ಅಷ್ಟ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಸೇರ್ಸ್ಕೊತೀರಿ ಇಂಥ
ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಿಷನ್ ಆಶ್ರಮ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡೋದು ಮಠ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಮಠ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್
ನೋಡಿನ್ರಿ
ಏನ್ ಮೂವಿ
ಭಾರಿ ಮೂವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಎದ್ದೇಳು ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ಹಂಗೈತಿ ಮಸ್ತ್
ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ಭಾರಿ.
ಬಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ ಪಾಪ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಸೂಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ. ಭಾರಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಮೂವೀಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಅರ್ಥಗರ್ಭಿತವಾದ ಐತ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಐತ್ಲ ಈ ಪೀಠಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಕಾವಲು ಹೋದ್ರ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಸಾಕ್ಷಿನೇ ಕಾವಲು ಏನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಾರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದಪ್ಪ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಜಗೇಶ್ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದ ಅದಪ್ಪಿಂದ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕಂಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆತ
ಹಾಡ ಅದ್ರಾಗ ಕೈದಿ ಕಡೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ ಹಾಡು ಆಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ
ಭಾರಿ ಅದಾವ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ರಿ ಅದು ಇದ್ರ ಎಜ್ಜೋ ಮಂಜು ಭಾರಿ ಅದಾವ. ಕ್ಷಮಿಸು ಗಂಡಸೆ ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಡತ್ತೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಸರಿ ಏನ್ ಹಾಡಪ್ಪ.
ಅವ್ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಕುಂತಿರ್ತಾರ ನೋಡಿ ಅವ್ ಕುಡಕಿರ್ತಾನ
ಏನ್ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ನಾ ಬಾಮನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತೇನ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ ಹೇಗೆ ನೀವು ಕಣ್ ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರ ತುತ್ತನ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ನೀವು ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಹೋಯ್ತೀರಾ ಅವನ್
ಊಟ ತಿನ್ನೇ ಬೇಡ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಭಾರಿ ಅತ್ತಾನ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತೇನ್ರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣನು ಹೀಗೆ
ಈಗ ನಾ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಹೋದ್ ತಿಕೋರಿ ಯಾರು ನನ್ ದೋಸ್ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಕೋರಿ ನಾನೇ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಹುಟ್ಟಿನ ನನ್ ದೋಸ್ತರ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದೇನಿತ್ಲ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅದೊಂದು ಮೆಂಟಾಲಿಟಿ ಬೇಕಂತ ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೈತೆ.
ಅವೈವ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅವ್ರ ನಗನ ಬರೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥನೂ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಭಾಳ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಂದಿ ನನ್ನ ದೋಸ್ತ ಕೊರೋನಾಗ
ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಏನ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗ್ತಾವ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೈತಿ. ಜೋಗ್ರಫಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದಾವ ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಿ.
ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಅದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ದಾಗ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಏನ್ರ
ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಲಿಂಕ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಕಳಿಸಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಮಿಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಇದ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ನಾಗ ನಾ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಹಂಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಐಸೋಥರ್ಮಿ ಅಂತ ಕಳಿಸಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವೇ ಡಿಕೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ತಲೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಹೋಗೈತಿ ಅವ್ರು
ಅರ್ಧಂಬರ್ಧ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್
ಹಂಗೇನು ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ
ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ತೋರ್ಸ ಹೋಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನ್ ಡಿಕೋಡಿಂಗ್ ಅದು
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಡಿಕೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ
ಬಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡತ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. 4 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅದಾವ ತಿಕೋರಿ ಒಂದೇ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ವೈಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಕೈತಿ. ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಇದಿರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನಂದು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದು they are more straight and regular with respect to when it is in southern hemisphere due to less land mass. ಹೌದು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತ ಹೌದು ಇದನ್ನ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ರ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಎರಡು ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಓಷನ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಸೇಮ್ ಲೆಟ್ನ ಇರ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ತಪ್ಪಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೌದಲ್ರಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಹೀಟ್ ನೀವೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಹೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಹೌದಲ್ರಿ. ಹೌದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಹೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಹೌದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಹೀಟ್ ಹೌದು ಸೊ ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತೈತಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್
ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡಿ ಅದೇನ ಫಿಗರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ನಂಗೆ ನಾಳೆ.
ಆ ಸ್ಪೇಸಿಂಗ್ ಏನೈತಿ ಅದು ವೈಡ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸಿಂಗ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಗ್ರಾಜುವಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ದ ರೈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುವಲಿ, ದ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುವಲಿ. ಸೊ ದ ಅದೇನ್ ಲೈನ್ ಅದಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸ್ಲೋ ಆಗಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕರ್ ತೊಗೊಳತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, then the difference between those two, which is the change bend ಏನಾಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಬೆಂಡ್ ಸಣ್ಣದಿರ್ತದೆ. ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಡ್ ಸಣ್ಣದಿರ್ತದೆ.
ಹೌದು.
ವೈಟ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಇತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ದ ರೈಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುವಲ್ ಸ್ಲೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್, time is taking place more.
Okay.
Due to that more time, the change is gradual or it's quick. Based on that, ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡದೈತೋ ಸಣ್ಣದೈತೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕರ್ವ್ ಐತಿ, ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕರ್ವ್ ಐತಿ.
ಸಣ್ಣದೈತಿ, ಹೌದು. ಅದು ಹೌದು,
ಅದು ಒಂದು
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಇದೇ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ಫುಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಡಿಕೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತೇನ್ರಿ, ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ನನಗೆ. ನನಗೆ ಏನು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಸತಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಆ ಥರ ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಅದೇನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿಕೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್.
ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ನಂಗೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ 2 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರ್ತವೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್
ಲೈನ್
ಹಾರಿಜಾಂಟಲ್ ಲೈನ್,
ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿ ಲೈನ್ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಒಕ್ಕೋತಕ್ಕೆ 0 to 10 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಒಳಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡಿ ನಾವು. ಅದು ಹಿಂಗ ಐತಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ನಾವು 10 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು, 20 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ 10.1 10.2 10.3 ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಅದಾವ.
ಹೌದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದಾವ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ.
ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೊಂಟಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ನಾಗ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
ಹೌದು,
ಚೇಂಜಿಂಗ್.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಲ್ಯಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಚೇಂಜಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬಂತದ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಡಾಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂತ ಹೋಗಿವಿ, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮ್ ಇದೈತಿ 20 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್.
ಹೌದು, ಎಲ್ಲ 20 ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್. ಹೌದು,
ನಾವು ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನನಗರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹಂಗ